Have you ever wondered if people like who are a little bit challenged can be like when they sing that song, they'd be like, "I can take off all my clothes." I was walking home from the shops, and I smelt the dankest smell I have ever smelt for a good 5 or 6 seconds. So I'm not sure if it was a car or the person that I was walking past. But if it was the person that I was walking past, I'm just going to say that their baby is probably going to turn out like Picasso. I'm going to hell. I didn't get up to too much today. I got the stuff that I needed to get done, but I only have a couple of hours to stream. A couple of hours is more than enough to stream. So what am I going to do today? That is the question. Possibly involves me already having taken off all my clothes. Look, ma, I can take off all my clothes. Sorry, Jofuken humor. Oh, I don't have a ma. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so that joke's gonna backfire. Yeah, I wonder if I cause my stream to crash by the amount of horrible references I just made. Horrible references. Maybe not. Alright, so basically the situation that we're in, we've actually gotten pretty good. We've got more than enough dupes. We've got 8 dupes now. They're constantly getting sick with slime lung at the moment, it seems. I need to dig down and get oil, and I need to get up to space, and I need to work out oxygen generation, and I've got a natural gas geyser that's been tamed, pretty much. And I need to sort out power generation. And I've got all this salt water. So basically what I was thinking was, and I know it's not really practical, but we could use the hydrogen generated from electrolyzers to run the base, because there's that much water. But then I realized that you actually don't get that much of a boost of hydrogen. And like when you're running, I'd have to be running desalinators at the same time. Cracking it just for oxygen is still not going to generate power. So I need to go with the same old option, which annoys me. I have to go with coal, I think. I'm not going to spend enough time to get a pip farm up, but I'm going to leave them going just to make sure that I have a backup plan, just in case I need extra power for a short amount of time. I shouldn't really. How many Arbor acorns do I have? I have like 1 extra now. I'm going to put in 1 more. Because I'm going to be doing these guys, not for meat so much this time. Last time I built this, I basically built pips for meat. It's crazy, I had so many pips. But I'm going to have an extra ranch for hatches. So I do seem to have a fair bit of sedimentary rock and igneous rock. But, because the sedimentary rock is part of the oasis biome, like the one for the tide pool biomes or tides, ocean biome or whatever it is. There's crap loads of sedimentary rock in it. Who would have thought? By the time I finish mining this place out, I'll probably have more sedimentary rock than igneous rock. Okay, so the plan is basically let them finish cracking into here. Then I'm using deodorizers to produce oxygen rather than using the thingo to produce hydrogen. So I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to try and do it without a spom. And this is why I always leave all the ledges open. So I'm going to delete that wall, aren't I? Put it there. Probably only need like 1 and 2 on this ledge. Probably like 1 there. Because this isn't going to be an entrance later. And chuck 1 up the top. Really got to change that priority. Alright. That should give us air for days. Now we wait. And if they would hurry up and finish these. You missed the funny part, which is at the start of the stream. Narcoleptic. That would have them good falling asleep in the middle of like a pile of poison or something. I caught him at a bit of an inopportune time. That'll be fine. Really got to start doing something about the carbon dioxide there. And all the natural gas. I suppose I could put in like a basic filter, start sucking it all out. Yeah, so we want to sort these into two different types. We want a filter for the natural gas. We want a filter for the chlorine and for the carbon dioxide. Where are we going to store it? Over here for now, I guess. I figure I want 2 pumps. So just one of these coal generators will be more than enough for that. Yeah, so we want the... Oh, I just realized. And so we want the output from the first one going into the second one. Then we want the output from the second one going into the third one. Then we want the output from these pumps going to the input on the first one. And these 2 pumps can only fill up a complete pipe. So both of them can run basically at the same time as long as there's not different gas packets in it, which will make them stall temporarily, but that is fine. This is fine. Yeah, I just realized that that's wrong as well. Oh my god, my brain is not functioning. Need more alcohol. Just kidding. Okay, so the first one's going to filter out, we'll say that's going to filter out probably the most common, which is going to be carbon dioxide. So that's going to fire most often. Then the second one's going to filter out chlorine. And then this third one's going to filter out get rid of all the natural gas that we got lying around. So, the output was correct. So each one of these is going to put the special type of gas into the same thing. And then each progressive, that's not the right type of gas that we are looking for, is going to go to... Wait, do I have this rigged up right? Yeah, I do. Yeah. Just thinking, there's a way to do it without forcing the vents to pick it up twice. Yeah, so we do... It's not the type that we're looking for, goes into there. And it's not the type we're looking for, goes into there. That's how we do it. Just thinking. So when this is done, these 3 tanks are going to fill up with those 3 different types of gases. And this last one is just going to vent out probably oxygen, but it could be hydrogen. There's no other type of gas at the moment that could be running out of it. But we don't have a high pressure gas vent, which is going to make things complicated. Oh, so what we can do is we can put that into a oxygen tank, which we'll use to feed suits. Ah, polluted. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was just getting to that thought. Unfortunately, I haven't left enough on the pipe, so I'm going to have to deconstruct this convoluted mess. So last one for polluted. But the polluted is just going to basically get turned into oxygen by these deodorizers. So if I pipe it somewhere like here, by the time it reaches anything important, it should be oxygen. Most likely. And we'll save this one for oxygen. Yeah, so we do need one more filter. You're absolutely correct. And this could totally be run without power for the filters as well, but I'm lazy. So we'll get rid of that spaghetti. So the polluted oxygen won't need to go into a tank. But what's left should be oxygen. So we'll have that one set to polluted oxygen and it coming out somewhere up here if it's functioning. And that's going to get blocked because of the pressure. I'm going to need plastic. I really, really need plastic. Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. It's going to rise into the base. So probably won't be necessary. At the moment, the biggest problem that I've got is basically that I won't be able to output anything because the pressures in these areas are going to get to such a high level that I won't be able to. So I could probably use low density areas of the map, like maybe somewhere right up the top. I mean, that's already 2,000 grams. Yeah, I need something consuming all this gas. One thing in this game is that one of the things that surprisingly limits you the most is getting plastic for the high pressure gas vents. Once you've got that, you can basically do all sorts of crazy stuff. But to do that, I'm going to need plastic. I don't think I have any plastic analogs, so I'm going to have to get a bit of oil and make some plastic for that. So this entire thing probably won't run, but it will filter out. Just trying to think. It will run until it picks up something that isn't the stuff that I don't want, which is a net bonus. As long as it doesn't need to output the wrong type of gas. And in which case I just can put it into a tank, because the chances of that happening in the short term are pretty low. So that's the final one. And good, they're made out of gold. That will let me get, yeah, there are, yeah. With the they take plastic ornaments, which are the, so you got petroleum, then you got resin, and you've got nectar. Producing resin requires amber, solid resin. Yeah. So the resin's out of the picture. Yep. I'm figuring this out on the fly. I've never done it before, really. Like, I mean, I've done it before, just usually I have access to plastic by the time I usually try to build it, anything like this. So, what's the other one? Suppose you need to gather that from something. Sure. You get sucrose. Of course, this is using the base vanilla game, so some of these things you just can't make unless you go to space. I suppose I could set up a boiler as well, but then I'd need crude oil. But just having the excess going into that will avoid me having to get a high pressure gas vent for the moment. That's the easy solution. Just realized I've been building these bridges out of bloody sandstone. It's horrible. I'm trying to build everything out of granite for like the maximum possible decor bonus. Not that there's much of a bonus. But I mean, it's better than nothing. That'll do it. Oh yeah, Dracos. Yeah, I know the one you mean. Yeah, for like production of Dracos. And I was just thinking off the top of my head, what's the most simple way? Like apart from using any of the other materials. Then you need glossy Dracos. A glossy Draco ranch takes a long time to get up and running. With incubators, less so. But because I'm just using coal. Like, at the moment, the main priority that I've got is just to generate a crap load of oxygen. I don't care if it's got germs in it. And I'm going to use that to... Yeah. And they're hard to automate. Like, they're just kind of hard because of the pathing method that the Dracos use. Like, when they're moving around the islands and walking on walls and stuff like that. So it's kind of tricky, and then you need the shearing stations. And I think they broke it with one of the patches. Like, I was looking into it. The one thing I haven't done yet is Draco wrenching. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to do it eventually. But this is on the Oasis asteroid, so there's lots of the different types of materials around. It's just basically playing the normal game, except there's so much more water. But it's salt water, so converting it from salt water into normal water. At the moment, I'm just using the methods that I already know, and I'm using polluted water, basically, to kind of get a little bit of a stockpile of wood going, but not super important, because I can do the whole producing ethanol trick. But at the moment, I'm basically just using my polluted water tank over here just to feed that refinery. I don't even have it like a proper industrial brick yet. But what I'm planning on doing, my plan, the next parts of the plan, after I get this done, I get the chlorine gas down, natural gas down, and the carbon dioxide down. I'm going to go with probably, I'd say atmo suits, but like I'm only going to use the atmo suits when I'm accessing the primary dig down and up. Maybe not even the dig up, like just the dig down so that I can get some petroleum, like crude oil and petroleum going. So like last time I beat the game, I was at about 750 cycles or something. This time I want to get it down to about 500. And see how we go. I'm trying to rush a lot of it. We've already got a cook, unfortunately. But yeah, they've got suit wearing, which is great, but not perfect. What skills do I still need? I need I don't have anyone who has building. I have no one who's got building yet. And I probably need more in operations. I've only got like one in operations. But I've got the research and everything ready. Like I've basically nearly finished the research. And I'm about to get a lot more polluted water once I tap up into here. And I've got deodorizers running through here, which are going to be providing most of that. But I'm planning on trying to catch most of the polluted water up here into this tank. And I'm either going to be digging up this way or digging up this way. I'm figuring this way will probably be the best, just because of the way that I'm going to eventually have atmo docks in here and here. No, in here and here. So I've already got them set up for it. So actually I might dig up here. It might be the best. Just because it's on the top of the base. And I don't have anything set up yet for the good old transit tubes. But we're getting there. Get them to finish that off. So we got carbon dioxide, we've got chlorine, and we've got natural gas. Should have one of these set up for hydrogen, but hydrogen's going to collect up top anyway, no matter what I do, so... And I figure just stopping this carbon dioxide from overtaking my base because it's open to the air for the moment, it's going to be a bit of a boon. These two pumps running should do that handily, I reckon. Yeah, we've already got polluted oxygen in it. And I suppose I can always like empty this tank, but just by deconstructing it and then like rebuilding it if I have to. But I'll figure out what to do with that later. Like right now I just want enough oxygen to keep my base running. Because right now I've got absolutely zero oxygen production except for the deodorizers. Trying to keep it low power. I bet I've already got like all these coal generators running, so we'll be building another hatch farm with stone hatches once I get the chance. They're getting populated now. Oh, all that said, now I'm just gonna let the game run for a bit, see what happens. And I mean, it looks like it's kind of, you know, they're eventually going to fill up, but I should have space to like build like remote storage somewhere and just like hide it until I need to do something with it, or if I don't do something with it, just send it into space or just like leave it in the tank. But like right now, I want to get all this crap out from inside my base because it's affecting my food production. It's like atmosphere. It's it's not even the right atmosphere, and we're getting pressure problems and stuff as well. And the natural gas I can always use later. The natural gas, yes, I can use that in... Got none of that yet. I can use that in a gas range once I get that built. I've got a kitchen over here, which I can eventually do that. So like right now I'm running only 8 duplicants. They're living off muckroot, pickled meal, and whatever they can scrounge up from like a seafood barbecue, frost buns, fried mushroom, stand sort of thing. I've got absolutely none of the priority set. So they're just doing things based on the base game. It seems to work, and I've got one schedule running because I managed to build a second shower and bathroom. But before they were running on 2 different schedules. Overlapped, but now they're all on the same one. So, and skills, yeah, slowly getting there. And when they've got nothing else to do, so like when they're not building stuff that I've told them to do, like this stuff, they're sweeping all the crap in the inside of the base. So when I see them doing that sort of thing, that means, yeah, they've run out of things to do. I'm digging on a priority of 7. Most of the other critical things are on a priority of 8, except for that. So that's also on a 7. Oh, that one actually needs to be increased. So the critter feeders and stuff are on 7 as well. But I've got some storage bins set up over here, like after playing the game a fair bit, like a couple of 100 hours in the past month or so, past month or two, I've started... This is like kind of a new experiment, so like what I'm doing now is like as an experiment to see how well it works. So I'm putting polluted water into a storage bin at a higher priority in my polluted water, and doing the same with ice and snow into my regular water. So when they melt, they're keeping this water supply cool and also adding water to it. Just basically coming out of what I've dug out of iceberms. So before it floods like areas that I do have a bit of water up here. That's come from ice probably. So like that's one thing. And just got salt water sitting on the top of my base, chilling out, doing nothing at the moment. And I've got sublimators on a very high priority as well. So bleachstone and oxalate. I've never really used bleachstone yet, but I mean, might as well. And I've got another one on a reasonably lowish priority for polluted dirt and slime. Should probably bump that up to 7. Just so they start picking up all the slime that's off-gassing. And this one's also running on 7, but that's sweep only. So I've got a sweep only for polluted dirt, slime, and sublimators and bleachstone and oxalate. And that's just so that basically, like, if I set up a sweep, it doesn't show me a lot of characters that aren't, they're showing it as like not pick upable or whatever. And for these ones, I'm basically just using them on 7 to pick up all the random stuff around my base. So the errands are very low priority. And when they fill up, I just basically, I empty them out onto the floor because dupes aren't walking in here anyway. So we got a decor, where's the decor? There we go. So where I've picked up most of the stuff that's on the floor, reasonably okay decor. I mean, it's not horrible, but like where I haven't done it yet, it's really bad. Negative value. You know, like 70 from debris or whatever. Whereas in most of the other areas, it's kind of good. So it's not too bad. And I've got like a park sign set up for the rooms. So like the room overlay is looking like that at the moment. 2 washrooms, laboratory, 2 stables, mess hall, barracks, and massage clinic. I find the massage clinic's probably one of the most important ones to have. And yeah, having all that set up, I've got the installation done outside my base. Though I'm not ready to close it off yet because I don't have like decent oxygen production or atmo suits going, so there's just no point. And yeah, I'm trying to solve this particular problem by piping it all into these right now. I gotta figure out what to do with this. Now that I've got this thing filling up with carbon dioxide, once I've got a bit more air, I should start filling up some like atmos, maybe even just oxygen masks from like inside my base through a filter, so that I can start digging down. And in terms of useful vents and stuff that I've found so far, I mean, probably the main one's this one, the natural gas. So I haven't set that up as power yet, and it's too hot. It's overpressure, that's why it's not venting. Nah, it's got magma down the bottom, I'm pretty sure. It's the seed was I randomized the seed, but it was a subsurface ocean, metal rich, and no, not metal rich. The geode one, the one with the geodes, and can you see that anyway? I'll quickly go through the achievements anyway. Will I have a drink? I forget where you see the seed. So that's the Oceania one. Hover the top left moon timer. Ah, there we go. Metal rich, alternate pod location, and subsurface. Yep. So we started further to the right than normal. So there's still quite a bit over the left that I haven't explored yet. But yeah, metal rich and subsurface ocean are probably the 2 ones. Which is alright, because like it's just crap loads of, like there's water everywhere. But I was thinking about using electrolyzers for power, and I realized that was kind of a bad idea, because like even just doing that to generate hydrogen, I mean, it's still nearly not metal. Like, sorry, I'm power neutral. Like, it's be shooting myself in the foot to try and do it while I'm trying to desalinate as well at the same time. But I could do a boiling method. I've got a volcano over here. Pretty sure. Iron volcano. So like that would be perfect for setting up like a steam turbine sort of room with salt water. And then I could pull out salt water and like have it run steam turbines. But if I can get to the bottom of the map and get petroleum going, I won't have to worry about any of that. So, and I've got more than enough salt water that I can pump that into oil. The oil wells. If I don't find enough oil down the bottom. But I mean, I should find enough oil down the bottom till at least beat the game. That's basically explaining everything. Now I'm going to be really quiet for a while unless you ask questions. I'm going to have a couple of drinks too. I need to like refuel my throat after that one. I got a bit of a flu at the moment. It's not too bad, but we've been pretty lucky so far. The most we've had sick at once is 3. And a lot of them are still pretty new dupes, so they'll get better. Should start using my copper for something else. But I'm not sure. I'm never quite sure what. Like, it said it was a metal-rich asteroid, so I'm hoping that it's got a lot of copper somewhere. I never really use copper for much, so. Oh, okay, yeah. Does look like a lot. It certainly made it easier. In terms of like iron ore and all that sort of stuff, I mean, I produced a little bit of gold and iron and steel just in case I need to use it. But I haven't got that seriously up and running yet. It's just like when I needed it. I think I used it, yeah, I needed to get the smart batteries going once I started building coal generators. I was at 77 tons of coal when I started doing it, so probably me digging up more is also changing the number a little bit. So I haven't figured out yet if I'm coal positive or neutral. Need more hatches. I finished rebuilding all the insulation to stop the salt water from getting into my base. So one of these rooms is probably going to be another hatch farm soon. What was Suit wearing? They're all pretty bad anyway. Oh yeah, I'm running full vanilla. It's vanilla. Totally vanilla. I'm just getting the rest of the research now. But I've researched everything to do basic rocketry, and I'm just researching all the stuff that I don't usually use. So last game I actually started using the bottle drainer stuff into pipes. That was interesting. I've beaten the game twice so far. I'm about 600 hours in of gameplay. And I beat the game once on Terra, and then beat it again on Terra. First time I did it on Terra, I was like 1,300 cycles or something. Second time I was about 750 cycles. And yeah, I'm trying to get it down to like 500. Yeah, they did come in pretty handy. I mean, they're just the same as setting up like a, setting up your bottle emptier for rooms, except for it's going straight into a pipe. It's pretty good for, what did I use it for? I was putting petroleum in, I think, and crude oil straight into it. Yeah, that's another thing. Now, right now, that's not a problem. That's how I'm getting all my air. So, but yeah, later on for sure. And now we're getting pressure problems. But these pumps should get that sorted soon. Really should start getting like a reservoir of oxygen ready to go when I do the oxygen. Because I can build atmo suits now, can't I? Only need refined metal for that. And when they start digging down this way, they're going to be going through a dock. So take it by the bloody, you must either be from the UK or another Australian. I'm Australian, by the way. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, I used to drink at the pub with a couple of South Africans as well as surprisingly a lot of people in Australia who work in the nursery industry with plants and stuff. They're also like from that sort of area. And but yeah, these days I drive forklifts, so it's mostly Kiwis, New Zealanders, Islanders, Samoans, Tongans. Myself, I'm Irish Scottish, so I blend in well. As long as I don't have to go outside. I'm pretty good on a reach forklift. Yeah, I got a little bit of German, so I think it's like 20% Irish, like 60% Scottish, and the rest of it's German, I think. Remember it. Or maybe 20, 70, 10. Yeah. I'll be right back. One sec. Just leave it running though. I don't think anyone's gonna die. Fingers crossed. What should I give them? Yeah, machinery rails. Another person farming would be good. Back in a moment. Yeah, someone with slime lung going down the bottom of the base. I had someone digging down here. Like this game, I'm actually really lucky. I've been recording the whole time. I haven't had anyone die yet, which is a miracle. But I did restart like about, I think like 10 minutes into the game because God, what was the reason? I can't remember what it was. I think it's because I thought something had happened, but it didn't. I can't remember what it was exactly. But oh no, I mixed. I think I screwed up mixing some water. But anyway, mostly it's a death-free run at the moment, as far as I know. Can't remember what I did. I wonder if there's an achievement for like completing a playthrough without like saving, like loading a save game, apart from hitting resume. There should be. Like an Iron Man mode. That would be so screwed, man. You get like 500. But I suppose if dupes die, it doesn't really matter. You can always get more dupes. I mean, you get attached to them, sure, but... Yeah, the best one that I had was when I was running a spom. And I had a spom that showed that there was a broken wire in the power. And I repaired it. I replaced all the wire. I had everything running. I primed it, and it wasn't sending enough power to one of the gas pumps because the game thought that a wire was broken when it wasn't. That's like the worst one that I've had so far. Yeah, like it sent me for 6 because I was trying to prime it and get it running properly, and like I had it running through filters, so there's no way that it wouldn't work. And it wasn't the filter consuming power either that was causing it. It was just like one pump wasn't running at top speed. It was one of the oxygen pumps. So one side was always putting oxygen and hydrogen into the pipe. I'm like, why? It was like in a no-win condition for the actual whole spom until I reloaded. Oh, they finished digging that out. More polluted oxygen. Nom nom nom. Yeah, it's just because it kind of is. But yeah, they've really nerfed it. It's not that bad to deal with. You can play the game without it, like, doing really horrible things. If I was to close off my base and stop letting polluted oxygen getting in, then it would be better, but yeah. But there's a lot more of it outside the base. Yeah. That puff just died in midair. Not even kidding. The last map that I played, I had to dig all the way down to the magma biome to find oil because, like, where I was digging down was in the worst possible spot. Like, there was only, like, I don't know, this far between the actual magma and the top of the oil at where I decided to dig down. And I got down there just using oxygen masks. And I was I basically did it by flooding water. Like, say how this water's like 35, 40. And down there was like 70, 80, 90. And when I dug down, I just let all the water go in. And the water cooled it enough that I had people working down there with just oxygen masks. Sleep tight. I'm not like being super picky with the dupes, but I do want them to have like suit wearing and decent like traits. So that's the reason why I still only have 8. But I'm getting tempted to just grab people because I need more people. But they're both bad. Though Nyctophobic's not too bad. Because everyone's kind of generalist, like they're doing everything. So, but yeah, later on with the yeah, exactly. Yeah. One playthrough I've got to do something with these shine nymphs apart from kill them immediately. Oh, the puffs are alive! I'm just wondering if I should like put them up here and like just see what happens. Like some dense puffs might be nice. Yeah, they're so complicated to get going, but like if you put the effort in, I reckon they'd be really good. Just because you can get food out of the last one. Like, I'll have to do that on a playthrough. But I mean, that's of course with DLC. And I'm probably looking at like the other, like the weird wiki page where you've got the ones which can finally make a bisylate. Oh no, yeah, sorry, what am I talking about? I'm thinking, I'm thinking about the troll page on the wiki that people have completely vandalized. Show bugs, show bugs. Yeah, here we go. So like all the way down the bottom, if you manage to get through the entire tree, and you got to breed one to breed the next. Like once you get to the final one, you get barbecue out of it. Is it the not the radiant? It's the oh, you can get resin. So that's one way you can get resin. Didn't think about that. Pretty sure there's one of these that you can get food out of. Or you feed on barbecue. Yeah. I'm looking at it again now. Because like I'm pretty sure like when you kill them they don't drop food, but you can get food from their eggs. No, you can get resin out of all of them. Yeah, totally. And it's expanded a lot on because they do the radiation thing in spaced out, so they're probably better in spaced out. And the decor bonus is like insane. Doesn't say what it is in here for some reason. Yeah, yeah. So you can make plastic out of them. I'll quickly look it up because I'm interested. Like I looked at it and I thought, man, that would be like a really unusual. That'd be a weird way to play the game. Yeah. So the decor value is 200. So they give 200 decor. That's an 8 tile radius. So the way that I saw people farming them was that they're going to basically like have a different stage of farm for each variety, and like once you get to the last one, like they eat barbecue, and the abyss bug as well. They're being able to light up like literally everywhere. So yeah, you got resin production, and even the cure for zombie spores apparently. Not that anyone's really going to get zombie spores if you're careful enough. I don't know. I gotta try it one day. Oh yeah, but the puffs. I wouldn't mind getting these puffs to like actually do something useful for a change. So the dense puffs are probably going to be the best one out of these. So they drop meat 1,600. But the dense ones, they excrete oxalate. They're breathing in the oxygen as well as meat. And that could be good for like early rocketry. And I mean, but the way like the oxalate generator, like it's kind of, you know, because you can produce so much oxalate if you want to. You just got to have enough oxygen to feed into the generator. I've never felt the need to go that route. Yeah, that could work. And then you could probably, like, if you use shipping, like, if you wanted to seriously like do it, you could probably use shipping conveyors. And I'm not sure I've done the research for it yet, but like, you could use the meter to drop off a certain amount and like have it reset, so you could dial in the exact amount of oxalate you need throughout your base to keep the areas at like a topped up level. Whereas like, you know, like for me to do that, I'd have to turn that on or like pipe directly here where I've got the least amount of oxygen. Oh, okay. Yep. So conveyor meter. So turns material transfer off when the specified amount has passed through it. So it's just like the liquid valve, where you can set it to put through like sorry, not the liquid valve, the liquid shutoff. So it's just like a shutoff, basically. No, wait. Let me think. Yeah, that's just the on and off, like through automation, but the meter is the valve sort of thing. Yeah, I've never used blast shots yet. I haven't used those yet. But I have used meters for I've set up just timers on conveyor chutes, like for feeding wood into like ethanol power before. Like, I'm really lucky I got pips. My last playthrough I had like 6 pip branches. It's insane. But you gotta get... I got really lucky and got them early. I should actually be running off these guys for power, but because I did the last game off ethanol, I want to do this one off crude oil. Just off domestic trees. Because I had a fair amount of dirt, and it worked out pretty well. I only had like 6 ranches with 2 trees in each ranch, like full population. And the excess wood that was dropping off got me up to about 450 tons of wood before I started using it for power. And then I had 2 standard brick rooms running ethanol distillers. Yeah, ethanol, where is it? Ethanol distillers. I had 2 rooms running these, and that was basically producing enough ethanol to feed well, I had 1.5 rooms. It was producing enough to feed 2 petroleum generators. And with that was running on excess, nearly. So, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I had about 10 arbor trees or something like that. And yeah, they make the dirt, you know, the polluted dirt, which you can make to it's a closed loop, basically. It produces enough dirt and the dirt just goes up. Pretty much. Like right now I've only got 2 of the compost piles, but you do need a lot of compost piles. Yeah, the worst thing that I found is that after I did it the first time, the loop basically like you can use the ethanol to power petroleum generators, but you can't use it to power rockets. So I actually had I was planning on running completely off ethanol, and then I tried to make it like a petroleum engine, and I couldn't put ethanol in it, and I was like, no. So it's great for power generation and also for making plastic, I think. No, you can't use ethanol to make the plastic. That's the only other thing. But yeah, using it for like jetpacks, perfect. But like for petroleum generators, it's it's straight up the best way to make power. I basically finished the game with I had 4 petroleum generators when I finished it. And that was using a mix. And this is the crazy part, right? Like, see this tank here, how it's got salt water in it? I was putting ethanol and petroleum into the same tank. And when I was feeding that into my petroleum generators, the petroleum generators actually run without stopping, even though they were getting packets of different types of fuel. So like when I was running out of ethanol, I was switching it over to run out of petroleum by just like closing like a valve. Like I was just like closing like an output, like a liquid vent. So I was running automation, and if the level got low enough, it would turn the ethanol on, and if the level got low enough, it would turn the petroleum on. And basically I was using it to power the like 4 petroleum generators between just natural crude being converted into like petroleum through 2 refineries. And they had 2 refineries. So I had 2 refineries, 6 ethanol distillers, and that was enough to easily get through mid-game and end-game. And I think I was using I had about 16 kilowatts. So I was using about like so I was using about 16 total, but only running about 8, I think, by the time I finished. So like 4 petroleum generators was enough for the entire base, like off one heavy wire backbone. That was running really well. This time though, I want to go full oil. Mostly keeping these guys around just because it's useful to have the dirt. I don't want to run out of dirt for my food. And like I was using mealwood like right at the end of the game as well. I didn't even change from that to like another food supply. And I had like 16 duplicates or something. So it worked out really, really well. They're just that rare. It's like if you got them, if you get an Arbor Acorn and some pips, set up a ranch. You never know if you need it, but if you do use it, it's basically game breaking. The only thing you need to supply it is like your polluted water, dirt, and the pressure part of it. That's probably the part that screws it up, is when your air pressure goes above 10,000. So I had trees that were shut down from air pressure just because of carbon dioxide. I had carbon dioxide at 10 tons, filling up like sort of similar to the base that I have now. I had carbon dioxide up to here. And I had like 5 or 6 Slickster ranches down the bottom of the map trying to eat it all, and it still wasn't eating all of it. That was running off Atmo suits. like 100%. Yeah, I love this game. Like, I love how complicated it is. It's like RimWorld, but better. Like, RimWorld's great for like setting up like the whole like sort of production shenanigans, but you know, like there's just so many ways to crack an egg in this game. That's why I love it so much. Hope Subnautica learns a thing or two from it. Like, I haven't got Subnautica 2 yet, but oof. They made Subnautica 2 more like this game. I mean, like, God. Yeah. Like, it's actually really complicated when you get down to it. It actually makes you think. Like, if I have to set up a spom, like, doing it like a half Rodriguez or something from a thing, but this run through basically I decided that I'm not going to use any designs like blueprints that I got from looking up on the net. So if I set up oxygen production using electrolyzers, I'm going to do it without building like discrete spom units. Like, I'm just going to set up a room and put electrolyzers down the bottom, like this big, probably. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, aqua tuners and steam turbines are like basically essential, but like you don't need to. Like, if you have a cool slush geyser somewhere, that provides a lot of cooling. And if you got hydrogen, I mean, like, where did I find the? Oof, where is it? Up here. I got the achievement before for the 6 Kelvin thing, and I didn't even know how I did it. Oh, there we go. Like, chilling this room down to like negative 200 or something. Yep. One of the bonuses of having puffs never gets old. I think it's got a serious case of something possibly detrimental, because it should have stopped by now. Maybe you can try helping it out. I don't think it's stuck in the wall. But I think I'm going to be listening to that for the rest of the game unless I fucking help it out. Puffed is glitched. It's got a terminal case. I don't even know what to do. It's gonna be there till it dies. So I could probably make this room another hatch farm. I've got 8 of them in here now. What's our coal level? Yeah, so our coal is going down. So I could probably use another coal farm. So one thing I noticed though, like one thing with these like once you've got incubators and stuff running, like they use power. But I'm just feeding these guys the sedimentary rock, and then I'm using these other farms to feed the actual, like the igneous rock. So like once they're in here, I'm feeding them igneous, but I'm only picking up and putting down the stone hatches. So like I've got 350 tons of the igneous and 83 tons of the sedimentary, but because of the way this map is kind of laid out, there's so much more sedimentary rock everywhere because of all the tide pool biomes, I think they're called. So like there's just so much of it. So this particular like oasis seems lent to doing hatch farms. So I'm going to be focusing on doing a lot more stuff with coal as opposed to like other power generation methods. Just because there's so much food for the hatches. I mean, I'm never going to run out of it. As soon as they're turned into like into the stone hatches. But like even the normal hatches, like I've got that much sedimentary rock laying around that I haven't dug out yet. So that's basically the game plan. Yeah, I know. Like that's the weird part, eh? Maybe I wrangle him. Maybe if I like try to wrangle him, I can stop him from having the critter version of like diarrhea. Save it before it drowns. Nope. He's just gonna keep on going. I'm gonna leave that there just to see if the game breaks eventually. He's not actually expelling anything either. So like he's not giving me any resources. That's just broken. Every time I go past that, I'm gonna hear that. I'm gonna be like, yep, it's got a mind of its own. Here's to you, Puffed Prince. I can, but it'd be pretty hard to ignore him. Yeah. Paku! I can't look at Paku the same way again after I found a certain YouTube video. It's a word in Spanish or Portuguese, I can't remember. One sec. I'm into anime and stuff, so it's like a song that I used to troll my friends. Ah, the pump is full. Pipes are blocked. So as soon as I deconstruct that, it's all going to flood out and like massively overpressure the area, isn't it? Temporary problems. I suppose my water tank's not going to fill up anytime soon. I mean, I can just put it here. It's like Baku, Baku. I do love Paku though. They are the best food source. The only problem is if you put them in hot water, they turn into tropical Paku. You put them in normal water though, like you just leave them wild. Like you're not even really starvation farming them or anything. You just leave them wild. They just get old, lay eggs, and you get way more Paku out of it. And like the amount of food that I actually make from it is just kind of insane. Like there's none at the moment, but that's because they've eaten it all. It's better than barbecue in so many ways. Like there's so many. Yeah. I mean the amount of water that's here, I can't really put too many more in. But you know, you basically just let them loose in your water supply, and like they can generate. The tropical version generates more heat because they're born at a certain temperature. I can't remember what it is. It's like 30 or 40 degrees or something. So they do heat up the water that you put them in. But that's food that you can just let sit there. And the only problem is like every now and then you've got to go through and like set up the relocate beacon, which is like kind of annoying, and then try and click all of them. Yeah, which is a good thing because, like, you know, like biological methods of doing things in the game are really, really weak. I mean, like, especially with things like mobs and like depending on the map that you're running, like oxyfern seeds and stuff like that. Like, you know, like people would run oxyfern seeds if they got access to them more. I mean, I've only got one of them. But to like get them in this run through, I'd have to basically find the printerceptor and get access to space and use space research in order to generate more oxyfen. But oxyfen's really good, like for this, because like with the amount of salt water that I have, if I convert that into like normal water, that's like endless oxygen. But like it takes some investment because you got to get all your water pulled up and ready first. But it gives you a way to play the game without like relying on like technological solutions. Like technologia. So far, so good. And it's still good. It's true. The older you get, the more immature you are. Oh, these are full. So basically, when I use these guys to sweep things, like when I bring them to somewhere where they're not gonna like really screw with decor, all I do is I just turn that off. Dumps it all out on the floor. Then turn it on again. I mean, I'm pretty sure that you could set that up with automation to have that automatically dump out as well. But like, everything is centralized, so like if anyone needs to access something to build, you know, it's like, it's all right here. So I keep an eye on the ones that I've got set up to sweep, and like I empty them out periodically. All these ones are at like a much, much lower priority, but they're for like every single resource. So when they run out of things to do, they'll run around picking up things and bring it to my base. I do need to get rid of this stuff though. Gotta build up this room. So I'm going to, and that's why I had the dig on it before, because I want the polluted water from in here to run into this tank. I thought there'd be more of it, but now that I've gone up a little bit, I can see that it's just a lot more of this water. So I can use this as a tank here and just like dig out this base layer. Yeah, it's set for the right size. I do, yeah. For some reason I built all the ladders there. I must have got the measurement wrong last time I did it. But now that I know that I'm not going up into more polluted water on this area, like, that's basically the polluted water tank. So when I do dig this out, because I want to get access to that security door and keep going up. It looks like I'm going to go up this side, just because it's easier, and that's where I'm going to have my docks. Eventually, I've already got the manual airlocks and stuff set up. And when I build additional rooms. So I've decided I'm going to have the top left and the bottom right being the docks when I eventually like wall my room in. So I'm just thinking like the polluted water sort of reservoir situation. I mean, I've got heaps of it, so it won't become a problem for a while, but I will need to generate more actual water soon. Eventually. I mean, that's pretty low. I want that to be up to like here. So that way I can put more Pacu in there. So that's kind of a letdown. Like, I was thinking that this would be like a massive polluted water tank, but it's only going to be like a kind of small tank. But it can sit there off-gassing, and my deodorizer can keep on turning that into like water. Sorry, into air. But I do still need to dig up through it. And research is done. So this whole time that we've been talking, I've been thinking about what I'm going to do next, and I'm ready to put that into practice. I do need another drink to do it, however. I'll be right back. So, time for some radical thinking, basically. Our food situation is good. We're not going down too fast. Our air situation is good. We're producing a lot of it. We're not getting overpressurized inside our base. In fact, the pressure is slowly going up. So that basically means that people are going to start getting ear popping eventually. I do need to get atmo suits going so that I can dig down to the crude oil. Or I could do oxygen, but then I'd have to replace it with oxygen. Sorry, atmo suits eventually later, so we'll just go straight to atmo suits because I can do that pretty much right now. Biggest problem I've got is the water situation, so cracking that, I've got to leave enough polluted water exposed like this that it's going to get converted into oxygen by the deodorizers. I don't know exactly the math on that. I haven't worked it out yet exactly how much these guys are all converting. I'm just basically flying by ear, so that's working out alright. What's annoying the crap out of me is the salt water that's sitting on top of my base. I've got to get rid of that. So basically, I need to start sacrificing worrying about mixing different liquids. Probably like just destroy that because I'm not going to get any more polluted water into that pump, so I can do that right now. So destroy that pump first. So we'll get rid of the power as well because we don't need that. And so we'll get rid of that pump. We're going to use this area down here to store the water that's up there. After I've done that, gonna continue drilling up into this, I suppose, to get like that polluted oxygen reservoir, so I set it up so that we've got more oxygen coming into our base. These guys are going to be breathing in some of it, generating more than enough oxy. And from there, like that's pretty much the major part done, just getting the water off the top. I'm going to go full ranch just because the amount of sedimentary rock and igneous rock that there is around the place, it is ridiculous. There is so much hatch food everywhere. I'm going to go hatches, which is like kind of like the hatches. I never go hatches, like just because that's like the easy way of doing it. Like everyone always goes hatches for food production, but like in this case, it's actually the easiest probably way of doing it. So I'm going to build up this probably one more room. Yeah, I guess, yeah. But like hatches, like they come with their own drawbacks of being that they burn through igneous rock and sedimentary rock for doing it. And it's not as sustainable as you might think unless you want to tap into like volcanoes and stuff to try and regolith, turning regolith into like, yeah, exactly. So it's not like super sustainable, but I reckon that I could probably get three, maybe I can get maybe 4 hatch farms going. So I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like 5 hatch farms. That leaves heaps of my base like open. And that will get like an incredible amount of food. It's going to give me heaps of coal. But then I also need the automation to pick up all the coal. And there's just that much food around the map. I reckon I can do it. Like on this one. Like it will be great. It will work out well. So I'm going to raise up. I'm going to get rid of all this water here. Dump it down there. Once that's done. And then I'm going to build up one more level. And set up like 5 hatch farms. I'm going to leave that one running there just in case I need it. Like in case I need the wood. And then I can build like more of the pip farms. And see how far I can go by producing hatches and using coal generators. And also using like carbon skimmers to produce the water. Yeah, carbon skimmers, so that's going to be like one massive. So I'm going to have to use... Where are they? Coming. It's in here somewhere. Yeah, carbon skimmers to get the carbon dioxide out of the air, because otherwise it's going to fill up really quickly, running a lot of coal generation. And water sieves for polluted water, but I haven't got that much access to polluted water, so like that's the thing. I might have to, rather than use water sieves, I might have to use like the whole going that route. Yeah, then we go through the desalinator instead of the water sieve, which uses so much more water, but we have crap loads of salt water everywhere. So that's the plan. Basically, I'm going to destroy that, flood all that stuff down, build on up another room, set up the rest of the hatch farms, like at least get the buildings inside them for them to be populated. Move from there to get an incubator room going to fill up the farms. And then as soon as that's done, get power running, because I've got the coal production, because I've only got 77 tons of coal at the moment, but get the power production going to like do a decent oxygen filtering setup from all the polluted oxygen that's being off-gassed from the polluted water, because I'm not using it for anything else, to fill atmo suits, and then we're going to go down. So that's the plan. Like it's kind of not step by step. I'm going to do everything all at the same time. Remind me if I forget something, because I probably will. Yeah, like the thermal aquatune is like, and you've raised a good point there, because like that's the other problem, is cooling this area, like this whole base, because it's got all these ocean biomes. They're pretty hot. Like I've only got 1, 2, 3. I've only found 3 cold biomes so far. Oh, speaking of which, water geyser. There we go. So yeah, the cooling is not going to be really an issue, because like you only need 1 steam aquatuner, like steam turbine and aquatuner loop, to basically cool the inside of your base. And as long as you've got like atmo suits, you can feed hot oxygen into them. If the oxygen on the outside of your base is hot, it doesn't really matter. And because the hatches are going to be on the inside of my base, they're going to get fed with rock, which is bringing in hot material, I suppose. But it's not going to be as bad as the pips. Like when you're running pips for ethanol production, then that really does become an issue, because their body temperature is between 10 and 40 degrees for them to be comfortable. So 15 and 40 degrees. So you have to actively cool pip farms if you want to run them. But being able to cool just hatch farms is going to be easier inside my base than outside of the base. So that's the plan. I'm going to run on not full speed, I'm just going to run on medium speed. And as they tackle things, I'm going to do everything that I said that I was going to do. I should be able to get it done in about an hour, I reckon. So I don't have one idea though. I've got other things that I need to do after this. So I won't be playing until like 3 o'clock in the morning. But I do have more than a couple of hours to put into it. So that's done. Now we can dump that salt water down there. So this is basically setting this up. When I dig up here, all of that water is just going to flood down here. This is made out of granite, so that should be fine. It's probably going to fill up these areas. So I should probably dig that out. So that's one thing I should do now in advance. And I'm going to dig down here and set that up as granite. This is all going to be basically salt water, I reckon. It shouldn't bust through the abyssalite. So that should keep the thermal kind of like problem down. But that's basically that whole area expanded. So water running out, wait till that's done, then I can mop it. The next part is looking at the expanding my base upwards so that I can get more hatches. Using igneous rock insulate tile. So this area that's got the airlock, that's this room above it's going to become the next one of that. So unfortunately, all these pinch pepper plants, though some of them I'll still be able to harvest. Never done anything with them before either. It's always been like way too complicated for me to set up. But I can set that up so at least that room up there is not destroyed. But these guys unfortunately have to go. I've actually never done like a decent sustainable hatch build. Yeah. They actually come in really handy, like when you leave them wild anyway. It's like the frost buns. You use them for a lot of stuff. Like just random recipe combinations, like once you've got like the top tier cooking, like the gas range and that going. So I'm going to dig out that layer there. That's going to take out a lot of plants. The deconstruction, I can take out all of this now. They'll be able to access that from these. I'm going to build it up to here. Should be able to jump from that to that, right? There's going to be a lot less slate weight in this map just because of the way that all of these tide pool biomes have taken up where a lot of the cold areas would be with slate weight. So I'm going to have a lot less access to that. So I've got to focus way more on food that's not slate wheat based. So like the frost buns are something that I use mid-late game just to like boost up my food production because I'm just using mealwood basically. Like I'm not focusing on producing anything like serious. But once that's done, I've got to turn that guy off, and unfortunately. So I'm producing waterweed randomly throughout the map by not digging them up and like putting salt water on them, like the wild ones. So that's actually food that I'm getting randomly as well. That's the reason why I'm basically running this whole thing with just like 25 or 30 farms on mealwood. Extra storage is there. Now, if I remember right, it should work that I should just be able to basically route this straight into those. So the two ones that we got that are nearly full are the carbon dioxide and oxygen included oxygen. So I can run pipe for that. Just run straight that way. And the carbon dioxide's the second pump, is it? This one. So I can just run that straight to that. And that will stop us from having our max size problem with us having no plastic yet. And should keep, like this base, like that's the whole reason why I'm doing it. It's like, look at the base now. After I set up these pumps, it's basically pulled all the crappy stuff out. We've just got oxygen in here, and it's actually really, really good. It's not to like popped eardrums level yet. As soon as it gets to that, I'm gonna have to think about cleaning up probably the polluted water and stuff that I'm laying everywhere. So I should actually do that now because it's already getting pretty high everywhere. But basically, when you're controlling like the polluted water that's like coming out of the slime biomes when you're mining them out, what I found the easiest way of dealing with it is just like make sure that you mop up areas that you can. And leave a couple of areas open so that they can off gas, like this, and this, and well, kind of that. And as long as your deodorizers can deal with it and your dupes are breathing enough air, it kind of works. And I'm getting rid of the extra gases that would normally sit at the bottom of my base by putting them in tanks. So that's like kind of the plan that I've got at the moment. So that's the creating the extra rooms part. That's going to have... This is going to be my airlock. So I'm going to want an insulated door there, which I'll probably leave open until I really get into it. Insulated door there. That's going to be a hatch ranch. So I can close that off and do that the same way that I've done my other ranches, which is basically straight up, take out those two tiles. Leave one at the top. So because you put that one block in, you've got to extend it out one and fill in one of the blocks, kind of. And that gives you like a full stable room. So like that's 96 tiles, it gives you the max population. Because you're using the 24 by 24 tile like building strategy, you can kind of just extend it out one to the wall, put in a tile, and then it works. You know, 3 in 1. So getting that ready in advance is always cool. So that's going to be one door there, one door there. Put up the roof. Inside is obviously going to be normal tile, just running granite for decor bonuses. So once they mop up all that stuff, I can use that. And it's dropping salt water into my polluted water, which is not a good thing. That's not what I want. So I'm going to put that on like emergency priority until they mop that up. Because I got a chlorine gas vent just down here. So I can deconstruct that one. Could deal with that now. Digging, tidying, farming. Super productive is actually pretty good. Yeah, if I wasn't tidying, I'd take him. Try and deal with this before it hits my pump. Okay, so doing that, it's going to drop the tile. Oh no, this is going to be pretty bad. There's a lot in there. I'm going to drop it into this chlorine gas room where the vent is. Might have to dig that one out too. Okay, got a bubble. One more. Okay, so that should be moppable now. This will mop that, accept the loss of the water, and build that tile. Done. Did I put it, like, was that a sweep errand that I put on? God. I don't care if it gets in this middle channel. I'll open that door. So far, so good. That'll do it, I reckon. I'm just gonna wait for him to build it all. Ludicrous speed. It's gotten into played. This is a lot bigger than I normally make my base. So usually I only go about, like, you know, maybe about that high. Because of the hatch farms, gotta expand it. Oh my god, he's still gone. He's even vocalizing now. Fine, as long as it doesn't go into my main, like, sort of water supplies. That's the only thing I'm really worried about. It's just really annoying to filter out later. Plus, it's giving him all good training. You know what they say about good training. Oh, so many people. I mean, you have to know about good training to know about good training. Right, so need another rancher, definitely. All right. Suppose I can just copy the settings from this one. Noise. Well, that's basically coal generation sorted. Like, we're going to run the fuck out of sedimentary rock and igneous rock really fast once they're up. But that is it. The game is up. Digging, operating, supplying. Murderer! Murderer! Small ladder, I'll be back in 5 seconds. It's actually pretty good. I'd have to make a whole new bedroom though. I did leave room for a bedroom, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did. There's a vomiter as well. And stay away from that ketamine, boys. And super productive. It's actually kind of good. Like, he is straight up a good dupe. I should grab him. Digging is like one of the things though. Like, digging's not so useful once you've basically got everything done. But I'm pretty sure I've only got 2 or 3 good digging dupes. Operating and supplying is good. I'll take him. Alright, so I need 1 more bedroom now, and I need to create a different shift, and he's going to be running all by himself. That's kind of sad, but I mean, like 1 bedroom. That's all he needs. So schedule, we shall put him on Liam. All by yourself. You're on that room now. Kind of should make sure that anyone who's got the plant murder trait doesn't actually interact with plants. I haven't thought about that before. So Liam here has got the plant murder trait. But it's only -3 agriculture. I should probably have his bedroom somewhere where it's... I mean, he has to go to the shower in here, so he will always get the debuff. But should I say the buff? Le bouffe. From the puck sign and everything. Okay, so that was expand the rooms, expand the ranches, and then what was I supposed to do? And then make a oxygen filter to feed some atmo docks so that I can go down. So, being that this is going to be under the tanks, probably the best place to put it is in this room. Like, just like set this room up as like straight up, thou shall not pass. And then after they finish building that area, I mean, I've given them a lot of other stuff to do as well. Once they finish all these other things, which I shall give them increasing difficulties of making sure it gets done, I will make a room down here where they go into the room on the left, get into some suits. Actually, I'll do it on the right. Right is probably better. And then they get into suits to go into here. Shia LaBeouf. Hey, we actually got up there. Nice. I didn't expect them to actually, like, finally finish digging up into this biome. And now we're just going to get water being dumped down. So, just to make sure that it doesn't end up where it's supposed to be, not supposed to be, we put like 2 walls here. And I think they can still jump up through that. Otherwise I'll have to kill another pincher pepper plant. Plant murderer. Very enthusiastic walks through the woods. Yeah, so that's the chaos dealt with for like a short time. Basically, every time I get an idea, that's kind of what it's like. The Shia LaBeouf and Helsing go hand in hand, baby. Man, if you only knew. Like, basically, dear Chief Replacement, I'm only writing you these letters to inform you of your imminent demise. If you're curious as to the frequency of which I write these letters, it is merely to instill as much fear as I can. As if basting a turkey. That's right. I'm going to fuck the fear turkey. Shy surprise. Man, like when I'm not like half cut, like because I have had a fair bit to drink, but like when I'm not half cut, I can actually do Alucard's voice really bloody good. Like from the Team Fortress, sorry, the TFS 4 stars, is it? Yeah, the whole abridged version of Helsing. My numbers are bigger than yours. Yeah, Team 4 star, that's it. That's the one. Basically, I have a problem with going deep pitch. But like, when I'm actually in the zone, I can actually go really deep pitch, and I can do the same deep pitch as like the voice actor who does Alucard's voice lines from the TFS version of that Hellsinger Bridge, which is awesome. Like it's one of those things. Like I just have fun with myself when I'm at work. Like I'm going through a walkthrough right now. And I'll be right back because I have a faulty bladder. Just kidding. I will be right back though. It's like, none of the sass. God, I love that. Like, they did to that anime what the other dub creators did to Ghost Stories, or whatever that anime was. I can't remember the exact, like, it wasn't School Days, like Ghost Stories, I'm pretty sure. Like, such a good version. Holy crap. It's like, please, girl. Please, girl. Take the shot, please, girl. Did I mention I have the flu? Good times, good times. So good, man. Like, Luffy going off to an adventure, but no, it's Hellsing. Now, Hellsing Ultimate is like my straight up favorite anime, like out of all anime. Like, I sat there, like, when I was first going to work, like when I was a young 20-year-old, got it. How old was I? It's like, I think I was like 21 or 22 when I, like, one of my first jobs, I was a supervisor of like 5 or 6 staff doing admin work at like a training institution. So they were doing like community college, I guess. You, if you're an Australian, you'd know it as TAFE, like, so like TAFE Cert 3, 4, 5 deployments and stuff. Anyway, so I was basically like a supervisor of like 4 or 5 admin staff that were like basically going through the students' records and stuff and accepting students for being students and getting them into classes. I got asked to go into like be like a sub teacher like occasionally, stuff like that, even though I didn't have my training certificate. But anyway, that was my job. That was one of my first jobs, and I was like a supervisor. But they were all anime nerds, man. It was so cool. So basically, there were like 5 or 6 of us sitting in a room, which was basically like your standard, like typical, like small office room, like where you'd expect the mushrooms to grow. Like we were all mushrooms, basically. We all had our own like computers, and we were just like literally all day. We just swapped anime, like be burning DVDs and CDs like anime and swapping it between us. Like all your Witch Hunter Robin and like Hellsing, like the original like Hellsing. I mean, and then when Hellsing Ultimate came out, we were all like, "Oh my god!" I sat there like I think they released an episode every year, or every 2 years, and I watched like the whole Hellsing Ultimate OVA, and then like, you know, near the end of it, or like when it was roughly finished, like they started, like Team 4 Stars started releasing the abridged version, and I was like, oh the hell, fuck yes, because like it was like just absolute pure comedy. It's like, where are you from? This, you know, like the dudes like, yeah, all the like fucking shooting out the side of the boss and shit, and fucking like Sir Arthur Penrose and Integra, and oh my god, like that's peak anime. Like 100%. Like 110%. And then Goblin Slayer came out and it kept on getting better. Amazingly, that wasn't the industry that I ended up with. Though I did, that's like the first job where I was actually like a supervisor. But those were the times. If I was smarter, but because I was young, dumb, and full of, basically, it didn't end up that well. Had nothing to do with like any of my actual activities, like between myself and any of the staff. If anything, I actually got them to do work. But like when it came down to it, like I went into one meeting once, and like because like my role was just basically just watch people be redundant. Most of the people were hired for tax purposes. So basically it was like you got a kickback from the government the more people you put on in admin roles in like the training institutions. So the people, like as I said, we were just like watching anime all day. We didn't actually really do any work. Me as a supervisor, I'm just like trying to think of ways to like come up with ways to do shit, like not to annoy anyone, not to like make anything too difficult, but like I did, you know, like we did get work done. As much work as it was, which wasn't much. But, you know, like one day I'm in a meeting and I'm just like, I'm sitting in a meeting with like 10 other people around a table who have doing our PowerPoint slides, and I'm looking up at the screen and it's like, yeah, okay. And like, I'm just like sitting there like uncontrollably laughing inside my head and like nearly going like full spastic with it. I got through it without breaking out into actual laughter, but yeah, like soon after that, basically, yeah, it didn't work out very well. But after that, I was working in telecommunications engineering, which was real shit, working with my hands, using all my IT skills and software engineering skills and telecommunications engineering skills and shit that I actually learnt and I got a license for. I was a licensed telecommunications cabler. I could do a 0 dB fusion splice on fiber optics. And yeah, I was pretty good in that whole thing, working in different exchange every day. Like you basically get in a car and like one day you'd start working on one side of the state and by the end of the day you'd be working on the other side of the state. And it was great having access to everything. Like whenever you wanted to go out on a night out in the city or whatever, you could just go into an exchange and like had showers and toilets and you could live in them, man. That's what it was like. And yeah, eventually I ran into my kryptonite, which was a woman, Croatian woman, funnily enough. And from there it went all downhill. No, just kidding. I met her before I got that job. And after, yeah, that was like a whole 6 years of basically wasted time. But these days I drove like forklifts, which is okay. Like I definitely make more money now than I would have if I kept on doing that shit. But it's mostly just because like the area that I work in, I get like huge bonuses. So, but yeah, so as a background for me as a person, one, I'm a nerd. I did IT and software engineering at university. Two, I'm not like a stranger to like sort of the nightclub scene, so I'm not like a nerd who doesn't go out. Three, I'm actually in my early 40s now. So as young as I might sound and act, basically I'm still old. Been there, done that. I still like playing games like this though. Like this is really chill. But yeah, anime's my jam. And like, like you can't replace just how iconic some of that stuff is. Oh, we're running out of water. Okay. Like, I had so much fun, man. Yep. So I was always more interested into like the software side of things. Like, sorry, the hardware side of things, not the software side. So I was basically more of like a hardware engineer. So I worked with like back when it meant anything, I worked with T1 and SDH and like soft switches, like the back when it actually meant anything, like the gigabit switches that were running off fiber across Australia. So like I learned quite a lot doing that as well. Like, but the kind of way that they were using us as a workforce, especially like because I got in on an apprenticeship, and so I had to accept a pay cut to do that, and I did it. I did it for 2 years till I completed like my certificates and stuff and got my licenses and everything. And but the way that they were using us, I was working for Australia's largest telecommunications provider at the time. Like I was going into army barracks and like disconnecting freaking coax services and stuff like that. The amount of access I had was crazy. I could walk into like a 20-story building and like go up to the 10th floor just waving around my EAX card. Anyway, so I learned a lot, but a lot of the worst part of how we were used was basically as like strike breaking material. So at the time, a lot of the people who were teaching us were going on strike. So when they were going on strike, they'd use us to break it because technically we were still contractors, even though we weren't actually contractors. Like we were trained and apprenticed to like the company itself. So like if a passport switch which controls 2 million ADSL logins passes out in like say Paran or Brunswick or something in Victoria in Australia, like just to give you an idea of like a big exchange, they'd basically send us in and say, okay, yep, get on the phone, call up the GOC, the Global Operations Center, and say, okay, we want you to pull this card and replace it with this card. Got it. Okay, yep. Green light, red light. Yep. Remove the card, put in the new card. And we were being used to basically strike break people who were getting paid like 100 grand a year, 80 grand a year back then. Like now it'd be like 140 grand a year or something like that. But yeah, I would have kept on going with it. At the time, due to aforementioned girlfriend, I didn't really have the opportunity to be very stable. But I got to the end of it, and basically, when I was on the verge of doing it full time and remaining with the company, I actually resigned. I didn't get fired. I actually resigned, and from there, essentially, as I said, I made the wrong decision. I should have stayed. But yeah, you know, the call of the coochie, as they say. And God knows I got enough of that. But yeah. Yeah, man, it was absolutely insane. I was so connected. And I still know everyone as well. Like, I have insane connections. Like, and a lot of people will say that sort of thing, and like they'll say it without like actually having any sort of like real meaning. But like a lot of the people that I used to work with are still in, yeah, and like I know everyone, kind of shit. But yeah, like I was pretty unstable. So when I resigned, it was probably the wrong decision, but I didn't really have any choice about it. Like the personal situation that I was going through with the person that I was with, not to mention all the fuck up problems with my family and everything. My family were completely fucked. Yeah, I was completely unstable, so it's actually probably a good thing I didn't stay. But I still kept all the skills. So when it comes to like all the hardware and everything, I still know how to do it. And before I even got into that role, I could do programming in C++, Photoshop, 3D modeling in 3ds Max, Rhino 3D. So like I was already set up with all the skills that I needed to do other things. And I used them to do a lot of private projects, which I kind of like made more impact off. But nowadays, as I said, I drive forklifts, which is great, you know, because it's actually one of those things where I don't need to worry about anything. I don't need to worry about politics or access. But like, because I have all my previous knowledge, I have all the access. So it's like, you know, if I want to get into the building, I can get in. Um, but yeah, it's a big, massive Japanese company. So I work for a massive Japanese company. I get good bonuses every year. It's physical and it's good because as soon as I started working in telecommunications, I put on weight. And nowadays, I spend most of my time fighting, putting on weight, like trying not to be overweight and stuff. Like trying to be fit, like not like super fit, but like at least trying to be fit. And I still, like I do a physical job now that I enjoy doing. And I get paid pretty good money for it. I get a bonus every year. So, and I don't need to worry about politics. That's kind of where I'm at the moment. But, like in terms of like all the old stuff, I mean, like I still fucking, the shit that I used to do, man. I can't talk about it. Like I literally can't. I'm not allowed. But I should have stayed with it. So I'm just going to say, if it comes down to coochie, or if it comes down to like staying in the technology sphere as like a technical engineer, it's probably a better idea to stay as a technician and fuck the coochie off. Just saying. Been there, done that. 3 times later. Yeah, it's like Veheštita, vrag. But anyway, that's one reason why I stream. Like, I know how to do all this stuff, and like especially gaming. Like, I love gaming. I prefer to live on a computer. Like going out and all that sort of stuff. It's all well and good, but it's kind of just wasted money. Have we finished building that output yet? Yeah, so it is going out. I really like the Japanese, like I like their work ethic and I like their culture. So working for a Japanese company is like kind of where it ends up. And we're starting to get into things that are like more along the lines of AI. And I know because of the ethic that we have, like right now I work physically, but I need to use my brain constantly to do the job. Like it's not a job where someone who's stupid can do it. And when I do get to the stage, like as I said, early 40s, like when I do get to the stage where I cannot physically do my job, there's going to be other opportunities within the same company, and it's my pay grade goes up way, way from there. So it kind of all worked out. I'm basically renting like a 3-bedroom house by myself in today's economy, where rent is like super expensive. I don't live with anyone else. I pay for my power bill, I pay for my, my communications bill, I pay rent. I gotta work. I don't own my own place yet. I do aim to do that. Most likely gonna be buying a much smaller place, but I've always like spent my entire time living doing whatever I really want to do. And one of the things that I like is like having an entire house by myself. So like even if it's multiple bedrooms, like I have things like either stored or I use different bedrooms for different things, and I got a massive lounge room and a kitchen and like a front yard and a backyard. It's essentially like owning a house without owning a house, because I really don't need to deal with anyone else's shit. So for me, basically, it's always come down to like, do I earn enough? And is the roof over my head secure? That's like my priority objectives. And women have always gotten in the way of that. That said, like, the right woman? Yeah. But I haven't met her yet. It's like not even about being like sort of like a sexist stereotypical male or anything like that. It's just like essentially it's a like what do you get out of the deal? Like is sex worth it? I've yet to meet a woman who's just like straight up, okay, we're gonna deal with it on this sort of level. Like I'm gonna get this, and you're gonna get that. But that's kind of what I'm like, you know. Yeah, one thing that I do to try and minimize that happening. Yeah, totally. So, like, ladders are always a good thing. When they're working downhill, they don't tend to have problems because, like, they'll build the top one first, then the bottom one. But when they get overloaded, you know, like they'll run all in, dig out, and then get themselves stuck. But if you're using ladders, ladders tend to work out pretty good. It just means you got to destroy the ladders later, but you can build over ladders fairly easily. But I've just been really lucky, to be honest. Like, as you're saying, like, usually it's mass murder. Especially where they're operating with no atmo suits or anything. But they got plenty of air, so... And I've got a lot of dupes working the problem. Ooh. They would be perfect if it wasn't for that decreased day-kill morale bonus. Yeah, I'll take him. Yeah, basically the main thing that I've noticed is that people like just generally need like stability. So like when I've dealt with other people in relationships, it's always been like a promise of stability. And when that stability is removed from the equation, that's when I turn around and I'm basically just like, no. So I'm like the quintessential bachelor, basically. I work a job, I earn pretty close to 80 grand a year at the moment. And yeah, the only thing that I basically expect is you know, like, don't call the fucking police on me for no fucking reason. Shit like that. Like, that's straight up a big one. You know, because a lot of people have like anxiety disorders. But myself are I actually have PTSD myself, post-traumatic stress disorder. So that's one reason why I stream, is because it actually prevents me from being completely isolated. So that's like part of the reason why I stream. So essentially being exposed to other people, and like this is like socialization basically, and like online chat rooms and stuff like that. So it's healthy for me essentially. And my PTSD is from like essentially living in a household that was like, oh, like I can't even like how to get into that, man. I don't think I'll get into it unless that's actually becoming part of like the discussion. But I'm basically just saying like I'm not like a dick. Like my when I was growing up, like it was actually really crazy. Like because the household that I grew up in was so like hardcore. I did like leadership programs and like full on like camps away from home. Like not like military school, but like I did like survival training and shit. Like I did the Duke of Edinburgh program and I was well on my way to get my bronze done. And because of how disruptive it was, I actually went through foster care as a kid. My parents and my family, they were just like completely screwed up. So I kind of converted that into going to university and studying IT and software engineering. And that was basically as a direct result of teachers telling me, you can't go to university. And then I got 2 offers at 2 different universities. So, like, that kind of fixed up my sort of like mental, thoughts of growing up in a very, very disadvantaged household from a very disadvantaged background. But I still had the fallacy of meeting the wrong people. You should always, when you're younger, you should always focus on what you can do to further your objectives as you get older, over satisfying your urges. Because that's kind of the mistake that I made. That's the only way that I went wrong. And if I didn't do some of that stuff, then basically, things would have worked out a lot better. But now, many years later, I am back on track. It did take a long time. Now look around at the world at the moment, and I look at things like the Strait of Hormuz, like Ukraine, Russia, America, Trump, like all the different things that are going on in the world, and I'm just like, I'm so angered by a lot of it. Getting into like the politics side of shit. Still going. But it's been interesting watching like younger people like grow up, like, because like the way that I grew up with the internet was like more of the like the dial-up modem sort of thing. About to crack into a cool steam vent. So, like when you had the internet, like when you just have like dial-up as compared to like the way that people live digitally online today. and done. So I'd just like to point out, like, one of the massive things, like, say, like, when it first started, like, the internet, when people were playing, like, Doom and Duke Nukem or whatever, they go onto, like, enemy territory, like, on dial-up when they've got the internet. Like, things started out, like, fairly normal. Like, somewhat toxic, yes, a lot of people were very toxic. But you didn't have, like, the whole, like, gym bro mentality. And not just that, but also, like, the whole, like looks maxing and everything like that. Like, that's the best way to put it. Where you had, like, all these people, like, with introducing, like, alpha males and sigma and all that, like, that crunk, basically. You know, like, you had essentially, like, you know, can you do a 360 no scope? Fuck yeah. Yeah, that's what it was kind of like on the internet back in the days. Like, there was a lot of ego, and there's always been a lot of ego. But it's kind of slowly transformed where basically it's gone from, like, that sort of, like, ego standing where people are just doing it, like, and having fun, to, like, people actually kind of fucking believing in it. And, you know, like, so many people are being raised with it, like, in terms of, like, having unfettered access to the internet, like, when it comes to, like, Wikipedia and all that sort of thing. Fucking awesome, man. You know, like, back when I learnt science when I was a kid, I had to read it from a book. That it wasn't on the internet. And now you can just go on and ask ChatGPT. I fucking love AI. I program chatbots. Like, I actually program chatbots. It's insane. Like, I've worked with ChatGPT, Claude, DeepSeek, fucking you name it. Like, I've done programming in Python and everything across the whole fucking everything. And, like, one thing that I've noticed is that, like, so many people are just, like, so concerned and, like, so critically, like, sort of, like, bent. Bent is probably the best way of, like, as comparing gamers, like, people who play computer games. Back when I was, like, a teenager playing computer games, compared to, like, teenagers now, like, and even when I was playing competitive, like, computer games, you know, like, it's very ego driven, you know, you limp wrist motherfucker, you can't aim and hit a pixel, oh, you know, that sort of shit. But, like, it's transferred more into, like, like, the, like, I won't name IPs, like, just to, like, see how it's, like, transferred from that sort of life to how it kind of is now. Like, I've watched the lingo change, and it makes me feel very old. Like, because when I was a teenager, it's like, you know, I was the person who said, like, Neko lol, you know, learn to use smileys and all that sort of shit. And, you know, talk in chat rooms. And now it's actually almost permanently accepted that people can be toxic. And, like, toxic people are, like, kind of like the alpha toxic. So it's like the more toxic you are, the more alpha you are, like, in their viewpoint as well, when we're talking about, like, the way that they view the internet. Because, like, alpha, sigma, beta, and all that sort of shit were never a word when it came around to, like, the internet when we were on it. Like, you know. Like, that's just, like, talking about that whole specific subset of shit. Anyway. And, like, I've seen so many people who are fucking toxic. And, you know, like, I've deprogrammed a couple of people. Like, I've gone on the internet in chat rooms, like, and I've been around for, like, 20 years. So I've started with people who are just like me, and it's like, yeah, fuck yeah, we'll have a good time. And then slowly I've noticed over time, like, it just becomes more toxic as the more young people get in, and they essentially just, like, convert it into, like, some sort of, like, competitive esport where talking to people online is like a sport. It's like, and you gotta win. It's like, it's not an FPS shooter, bro. Like, we're not playing COD, hang on. You know, that's kind of like how I've seen that it's gone. Oh. Yeah, we've got to start converting some of this to actual water. There's actually not much. So like the electrolysis side of it's going to start coming in. I suppose I could build that one lower. Till we really get going. Alright, so now to turn around and do the whole atmo suit docks. I think I only want to let 4 of them in. So that's going to require, so 1 checkpoint. Four docks. And put up a little wall here. Stop the water from getting in. Maybe in one oval. Wondering if I can do that. Yeah. I think Abyssalite can hold this room. So far, so good. Oh, wrong key. It's like running out of power. Priority plus 120, 600. Oh, okay, yeah. They need one more. And we're going up in coal, which is good. This is the part I don't know. I don't know how to set up the mess tables to use salt. Like table salt. I know that it's possible. I guess they just deliver when... automatically use. I suppose if I put like a storage bin nearby with a high priority for salt, like table salt, then that would work. Yeah, put it there. Oh yeah, they're starting to get the debuff, the buff. Oh, yeah, so basically table salt was something that I was thinking about for a while. Like I dug out a couple of tiles of salt. They get like a +1 morale buff if they get table salt. But they pick it up and they use it on the tables. So I'm setting this to a high priority. I'll put it to like an 8 or something. 8. And then these tables are going to be an 8 as well. And they should move table salt, which in this case is slime lung gems all over it, to the table. And then they get like an extra morale buff from using it. But there's that much salt on this map, and might as well. Like it takes literally no extra micro. But yeah, the crusher turns salt into sand and table salt, and you actually get 100% conversion from salt to sand, which is good for your deodorizers. Or pretty sure it's your deodorizers, yeah, because they use sand. So that's one extra way in Oasis to do things. Hey, we've got iron. We could actually start making some suits. Only need 4. Oh, there's some ingredients I haven't used yet. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put that a high priority, they should load that. Still not getting any power though. Guess they'll get around to him eventually. We're ready to start digging down now. Just got to start getting air into it, which I think they're not going to allow us to do because they're covered with water. So I can disable that building and then they should start digging this out. Should dump the water. There we go. Yeah. They should be loading these though. What have I done? Automation maybe? Yeah, I connected the automation wire to the wrong thing. Dup. He's actually nearly starving to death. There you go. Let's set up now. They should hopefully go get some food. This guy needs food. He's nearly dead. No, go get food! Oh no. How can I do this? I gotta disable these temporarily. It's nearly starving to death. Okay, they gotta eat lettuce. We're out of food. Okay, that's why. Expanded too quickly. So lettuce, nutrient bar, no less. Let him eat everything. Yeah, so that's the starvation taken care of. So basically I need to expand the food that they get. So I've got 10 dupes. So I should have 50 tiles minimum. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So that's enough for 6 dupes. I've got 10. And that will bring it up to 9 in conjunction with the meat and stuff that I'm making. That should be enough. I think I've already got the plumbing set up for it too. Yeah. We'll have to set up a better food source soon. I should keep them going for a little bit. If I have to kill some hatches for them to get food, I'll have to kill some hatches. But not until that reaches 0. Haven't given them anything to do, so they should actually be doing sweeping and stuff now. Yeah, they filled that. They're starving to death. Damn, that's nearly full. When I eventually dump all this out, it's going to be legendary. Actually starting to get lower in oxygen finally as well. Might turn that on for a little bit. It's because I'm redirecting air from up here down here. It's actually starting to fill them pretty good. We got like nearly 100 tons of algae. I think we can keep that diffuser going forever. Yeah, I did set up a second carbon dioxide one as well. But chlorine gas, natural gas. It goes up. Alright. I want to get these tanks full before I do anything. It's amazing what you can do with just 2 pumps. So now that I know that the shine bugs give you some resin, that gives me a reason to actually keep them in a room from the start of the game. Like usually I kill them all. And if I had not killed them all, I'd be making plastic with them right now. Now I know. I'd have enough to build at least a couple of the high pressure gas vents. Yeah, food's going up. Let's start digging down, baby. Yeah, it's probably not much resin, but it's probably enough to build like one gas vent, like just one gas vent. Like, if I had just one high pressure gas vent, I wouldn't have to build all of these. Down we go. I might even get some plastic from deconstructing this. That shouldn't have let him through. Why is he in there? Ah, he's got slime on. He's taking his helmet off. Everyone who goes in here is sick. Oh. Remember when the The only atmo suits you could make were made out of copper. That was pretty bad. So basically you run out of copper in the game because there's only a certain amount of copper ore to turn into copper. And if you turned it all into like wiring and stuff, you wouldn't be able to do it. So they changed it and they patched it so you can make it out of iron as well as copper. That was a definite improvement. So how would you fix this problem where everyone who runs in only runs in and does like 1 or 2 tasks before they run back out? Basically, you'd use a like the automation. You'd use a duplicate checkpoint, and you detect whether or not they're sick before they go in there. But because the way that they path, like the way that they're actually pathing, like you'd have to put a door there or something and say only let the dupes that you know that are not sick through. Like that's one way you could do it, I suppose. So like that's one area that they could add to automation. Yeah, like that's one way. That's another way. I'm reminded of the comedy skit of Work by Steve Hughes. It's like, work? What do you need to work for? Everything's already fucking built. I know. You know, work shouldn't be 5 days on, 2 days off. It should be 2 days on, 5 days off. At least then you know what day is the next day. It's the last day. I'd do 2 days. It's common fucking decency. Have you been playing around with them in the background? Yeah. They're good at making steam in niche situations. I've seen people use them. Like, they can be used. So thermoregulators. Basically, the glitchy way to use it is that it can send heat to tiles. So I remember seeing this in a video. I saw it online. I shall post it in chat. One sec. Have a look at this one. They're kind of like more powerful temp shift plates. Have you seen that video? Yep, I'll post it. One sec. This is the one. 1 second. God, if I can find it. It's a very hard video to find. I found it randomly when I was like looking at shit. Yeah, so I found it in a video for doing boiling water. Can't remember exactly where it is. It might be that one. Yeah. The right one. I can't find the exact video. I saw it on, I can't remember which person made it, but basically the the thing about thermoregulators is that they act like a fan. So when you got the fan there, where they put out the heat is like there. So whereas temp shift tiles, like so if you're using temp shift, which is like utility, right? So whereas temp shift is like one tile in each direction, thermoregulators are like a temp shift tile, but they do it in two tiles in one direction. So you can actually get it go through walls. So you can have it generate the heat and put it out here on the other side of a wall. I can't remember exactly how it works, but that's how it was kind of explained. So they do have a use, but it's in very specific setups, like when you're cooling volcanoes and stuff. I can't demonstrate in this particular run because I don't have the tech really to do it yet, but that's kind of like their gimmick, where they're kind of crazy. You might have to do it through a like a mesh tile or something instead of like a normal tile. But they dump most of their heat that they generate not on themselves, but two tiles away. So you can use it to do certain crazy things. I can't remember the exact video that I saw that on though. But there was a dude using him for them to do cooling setups for taming certain volcanoes. And it was basically kind of like hydro levels of like abusing of the game mechanics. So like they're really, really glitchy, but you can use them to do certain things. Yeah, so like basically if I was to get a like a if I was just to set one up like straight away, like the utilities thermoregulator. I gotta find the video now. I gotta show you because it's really cool. Like it's not as buggy as some of the other things, but it can be used to move heat around. Yeah, it's got a 2x2 tile footprint. So that's the 2x2. Gotta find the video. I know I saw it somewhere. was like putting it through a door. Like the heat moved from the tile that's supposed to be next to it into one that's like 2 tiles away. It's like kind of a hidden mechanic. God, I can't find it. Or am I thinking about the Easy Fan? I might be thinking about the wrong thing. I'm thinking about the, yeah, sorry, my bad. I'm thinking about this thing, the Icy Fan. So the Icy Fan, right, rather than the thermoregulator. So the thermoregulator is used to basically cool things, but emit gas. The Icy Fan uses ice and dissipates the heat, but the Icy Fan can actually do it 2 tiles away. So it's actually like the Icy Fan's better than the thermoregulator. So if you can make ice, like using an ice maker or something, or get ice from a biome, the Icy Fan is like Icy Fan 2 tiles. Yeah, up to 2 tiles away even when disabled. So the link that I want to, you can see it basically on the standard page. So someone put an image of it in Neutronium. But yeah, basically what you're trying to do with the thermoregulator, you can do with the Icy Fan. But you need ice. That's the only problem. Like it's kind of it screws with mechanics like a Hydra. You can put the heat output 2 tiles away as opposed to 1 tile away. So you can kind of teleport it through doors. Sorry. I thought it was the thermoregulator. Yeah, the thermoregulator sucks. I saw a video on it though. Like it's actually kind of like if you're trying to do that sort of thing, like using a thermoregulator with gas, like the Icy Fan is basically cooling what's around it, so you can use it to cool a gas. As opposed to passing the gas directly through it, you can put it into a room. Yeah, it's definitely not easy. But yeah, I was looking into it because like different ways of like cooling down. Like people are using like thermoregulators for hydrogen gas to try and make liquid hydrogen, which you can do, but it's very hard. But like if you use the Icy Fans, you can kind of do the same thing, but to a room that's filled with hydrogen, rather than passing the hydrogen directly through the thermoregulator. That's the hack that I was trying to talk about, because I'm kind of with what you're trying to do. Like I have an idea. It can be done. It's just really, really tricky. Like, it's actually not even that hard. You can do it. You just got to abuse the ventilation mechanics. So using a you got to use the gas meter valve. No, the gas valve, and limit it to less than a kilogram passing through the pipe. But it takes fucking forever. I mean, feasibly you could do it right from like the start of the game. Like it, but it's kind of one of those things that's so game breaking that's just like it destroys the whole point. Yeah. Mm. Like, this is actually kind of nuts. Like, they're spending so little time down here doing things. There's so many different things that are open to errands for people to do. I suppose I could increase the priority. They've got nothing else to do. What's that oddness at? Yeah, it's still at 0. But what are they actually doing? Table salt. It's like growing up to the point where I need more dupes. Hey Twilight, how you going? Got 2 of you in here now. Holy crap. Yeah, I've doing pretty good. Basically, been expanding out. I've got the most ghetto set up ever. So everything is still running off deodorizers, getting polluted oxygen. I dug up here like I said that I was going to. And my water levels are slowly decreasing, but not by much. But I'm not using any actual yeah, it's totally ghetto. Like I have one oxygen producer, just this oxygen diffuser here. And I'm running now air, right? Check this out. I set up a couple of pumps. And it's just collecting polluted oxygen and carbon dioxide and natural gas and chlorine and pumping them all into here. So I don't need to deal with them. So it's keeping oxygen in my base. And I'm running like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, coal generation things that are pumping the carbon dioxide out and keeping it out of my base by running these 2 pumps that are just all going into storage at the moment. But I did set up some atmosuit docks. 9. And right now I'm just starting to dig down. So I got to the digging down part of it and I dug all that crap out. But I still haven't done anything about cracking oxygen from the water that I have in the base. So I'm having fun with a capital F. And more dupes. Even got them table salt now. Right now I'm trying to get him to dig down so I can get myself some crude oil. I haven't got down deep enough yet. my pips are like hanging out in here. But I did expand all my hatch wrenches out, and I nearly never use like full hatch wrenches. But because there's so much sedimentary rock in these biomes, I figured why not? I nearly never do it. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 stone hatch wrenches. With no automation yet. I should probably work that out soon. But yeah, like basically just running this ventilation system with like 2 pumps through a set of filters, which I could do mechanically, but I'm doing as the game intended to put it into these tanks. I've got like several full tanks of like polluted oxygen and oxygen, as well as a full tank of chlorine gas and natural gas that I recovered from when I tapped into this natural gas geyser. So, and I got some more dupes. So, extra bedroom. That's kind of how it's going at the moment. So these guys are just growing, trying to get stone hatches, and these guys are all being fed with igneous rock. I need them to dig down. I need them to go deeper. But they run in there, they do one thing, and then they run back out. Got to increase the priority. That should get them in there. Yeah. But I've only got them going down. So like the carbon dioxide vent. But, I'm dealing with the carbon dioxide at the moment by pumping it into here. Wait, where is it? That one. And that one. That one's nearly full. So I've only stored 1,284 kilograms so far of all of these coal generators, so that's actually pretty good. And everything else is still running as normal. Still no, that's the only oxygen generation that I have at the moment. Apart from all the deodorizers. Oh, and I've got a bugged out puff prince. Ain't that cool? It's not even actually eating anything, it's just like sitting there bugged out. And I tried to dig it up, and I wrangled it, and released it, and it's still doing it. It's gonna do it till it dies. It's literally farting until death. Here, kitty. a big pool of water to drop down lower. Totally a ghetto setup. I mean, like, I'm not even running air gen. They're good. I'll take that. Unfortunately, they're not fertilizing any of our crops, so we're about to starve to death. Got the oil boom finally there. I can see it. So at this stage, you're probably saying, yeah, atmo suits are a lifesaver, but it's like, yeah. So one thing with these, with arbitraries, one thing I've noticed is that you only need, I think it's just over one arbitrary to feed 8 pips. So, like, I'll just quickly Google it. So I figured out a way to min-max arbitraries. So, how many arbitraries per pip? So you need 2.56, no, you need 0.64. So running arbitraries, you only need 0.64 domestic arbitraries, right? Now, here's a little secret, right? One thing I've noticed about arbitraries. When you're looking at the arbitrary, you've got the priority on it, which is 7, right? It's only going to provide dirt on that priority. Now, if it's 0.6 arbitraries, that would assume that they're going to be eating the stalks out of all the trees. So, like, you leave one tree and 0.64, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 places where the actual branches can grow. Right? So what I figured out was, if you change the priority, when you set these guys, it's actual planting. If you set these branches above the ground level, so you leave the ground level branches where the pips can reach, but you take the ones that are above the ground level as they pop up. Later on, when they grow and they fall off, they will be dropped off. But this is telling my duplicates to go in and harvest the wood branches. So basically, there's your 0.64. Using 2 trees, 2 ground branches, then you leave them on 5 and you put the rest on like higher priority. They will eat the branches before your dupes can come to harvest them. But if you harvest them first, the tree grows the branches faster. So like this 1-3 tree set up here should be able to generate hundreds of tons. I waited till you were here to show you this, because like this is just like one thing that I figured out. You can set the priority per branch and it remains in memory. So those 4 on the bottom won't get harvested because my dupes are running around doing all sorts of things. But they'll harvest the wood and the plant will grow the branches that much faster, rather than you having to wait for them to drop off. Like just doing that, we went up to 6.26 tons of wood. But that only applies like when they're domesticated, because they grow faster when they're actually domesticated. And this whole jankiness will be dealt with soon, basically, as soon as I get access to crude oil. I just need to be able to build plastic. So basically, if you grow 2 trees and you set the priority higher on all the higher branches, that's enough. Like, that's enough for a full pip wrench. Just leave the bottom ones to grow, and the pips will eat those. Oh, they're sleeping in here. I just realized that's a really bad idea. God damn it. So if I want that's got to be like another room for growing plants. Not because then we get rid of the insulated tile. It was a nice idea, but it's the wrong idea. So that's another ranch room, basically. That one should be... What the hell? I think you actually need spice grinders. I'm just going to check first. They're kind of useless. Yeah, exactly. They're absolutely 100% useless. Like, there's no reason to sit there, like, trying to make the size the right size for it. That's enough size for a kitchen. You don't get any bonus for having a kitchen. It says, using a spice grinder in a kitchen adds benefits to foods cooked on electric grill or gas range. They actually don't. Like, there's no benefit. As far as I'm aware. So if I look it up, like kitchen only. There's no need. Kitchen bonus only allows you to use spice grinder. So yeah, basically don't use it. There's no point. Now what you should do is as soon as you got one of these things, you should put the same priority that you use for cooking, which is like maximum priority, on everything. That way, the minute that you have the right ingredients, they use it, and put that one down one priority lower. That's the wrong one. Oop. Don't even know how the fuck I managed that one. This now it's got to use. I should get the food sorted. So 12 tubes. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. It's not quite enough for 12, but with the amount of meat and stuff that we're pulling, there should be more than enough food. Now, one of the only things about this is that there's not just natural gas in this room. We really want to actually have a ventilation pump on that until it gets rid of the rest of the other bad stuff. Unfortunately, I can't do that because I don't have a high pressure gas vent. So that should ideally, this one, rather than going straight to the input, it should go all the way through the system. Actually, it doesn't need to because it can just go in here. But later on it can. And trust me, all of this is going to be put to good use later. It's just stopping the base from being overgassed. Okay. No, that's wrong. Yeah. So basically the input needs to go to that one too. But that one set up wrong. This might actually work. No. It might. We'll see. Yep, still no moving. Alright. Basically, the reason why these pipes are blacked up is because we got there, it's running up, it's not filling these. Okay. That shouldn't be running backwards. We can close that. We've got that running from that one to that one because it's not always going to be the same thing going in, which we've already screwed up. It's still got bloody polluted oxygen and we don't have a dormant. Now, that's kind of fucked, because we know that that's going to be natural gas, but what the fuck? Why is it linked to that one? Bio break time. That's all the research done. And that's actually really, really good. Our body temp is starting to come into factor. Okay, so our water supply isn't enough. Okay, let me have a look at this. So we're pumping water through and body temp is too high. What the fuck is going on here? Alright, one second. So it's because the water we're converting. So we need to change this water to be dumping into the vent. And maybe dumping it into a vent over here. Oh, lucky I caught that one. Holy crap. That would have been game over. Alright, so that can go... stick itself where the sun don't shine up here. What the hell? We do need to get cooler temperature water, so we got to start thinking about the cooling aspect of things now. Like, we have spent a lot of time getting to this, but we need plastic. Plastic first. Got heaps of food. That should fix that side of things a little bit. A little bit of a temperature buffer. It's the first time that temperatures have actually become a problem. Right, time to bust out some of that polluted oxygen. And even the hydrogen, start working on hydrogen power. So we can use hydrogen power up here, for sure. So hydrogen generators, we're going to have 1, 2, 3. I have fucking 6 of them up here. Alright, so we set that up. Not hydrogen. No. Bleeded. Natural gas. What am I talking about? And in the bottom, we're going to have a tank of polluted water. Though these things, you play the entire game, it doesn't generate enough polluted water to do anything useful. And if it overflows, it's just back into here. If it ever overflows. Give me oil, come on. Like, give me oil. Unfortunately, I know it's going to take too long to do this, and I do have other things that I need to do. So I'm going to have to call it here. As always, thank you very much for watching. This is me speed running, basically trying to get as fast as possible. I could probably do this much quicker, but what I'm switching over to now is I'm switching over to active cooling, and I'm doing it without any source of oxygen generation, which is going to be really fun. Unfortunately, I do have to go and do things, so I won't be able to do it today. But as always, thank you very much for watching, and I shall expand this tomorrow. Probably, maybe not tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see how we go.